What? Hello! Good evening, good morning, blah 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 blah. Hello everyone, how are we doing? I think I'll mainly have probably the Europeans and the Australians over right now, and the Kiwis if they're here. Hello everybody, I got a cat on my lap, hang on. Oh! Cha-cha! So if you see me, if you hear slapping, that's me slapping Bobbing's bum. Alright. It is time for work time. So, I'm just gonna get to editing. Get to editing, get to streaming. You can join me in working if you want, or you can just sit there. Whatever it is you guys do. Not that I care. And I'll put on music and we'll relax. Well, you'll relax, I'll work. Captain Stinkmill, that's me. Right. I will do all of this today. Hopefully in record time. That didn't work, but thanks for the for trying. So, oh my god, hello from the Netherlands. Hi. Oh my god, Netherlands, Sarah. Mm-hmm. 12 PM, that's a nice healthy time. Ow. My earballs. Do. Also, I've realized why there's more people around currently. I believe it's not exactly school holidays, but exam season is over for a lot of you, isn't it? At least for the Americanas, I know that exam season is now past. So now a lot of you have nothing to do. Not yet, but close at least. You're currently studying for it. Oh my god, good luck. Good luck, soldier. Bobbing! Calm down. Hello. You can do it! Hey, I got through 4 years of university, so can you. Ooh, my back. City Pop, I'm biased. Very biased. I would personally believe One Piece is the better world building, but that's, again, I'm incredibly biased. And the reason I say One Piece is the better world building is because of One Piece's ability to add anything. It can just add any island with any theme, and it can make sense, and I just think that's incredible. Like, there's just no limitations with One Piece and what it can add to its world, and that's just exceptional, exceptional writing. But hey, if you like dystopian worlds, right? I guess One Piece technically is that, but if you like, you know, grimy, fucked dystopian worlds, then you're gonna prefer Attack on Titan's world building, right? I just like One Piece's world more. No, City Pop, it's not an 1,000 chapter plus. It's not the numbers that make it able to do that. It's the world itself that Oda has created that make it able to do that. Because, like, One Piece could be 1,000 chapters and be absolute shit. Like, One Piece could be 1,000 chapters and he could add all these islands and I could say, this doesn't fucking make sense. This island doesn't make sense. But again, Oda's made it so, like, the first time we are introduced to an island, we are literally told all islands have different climates and they also have different interactions with the outside world. Therefore, each island has its own culture and is either stuck in the past or is ahead years into the future due to the different cultures that the islands inhabit. Because of the, either the limitations of where they are or the privilege of where they are. And that's how you can go from an island like Alabasta to an island like Egghead. Again, it's just literally set up so the sky's the limit. Like, I've never gotten to an island in One Piece and gone, that doesn't make sense. Like, it's just good writing. It has nothing to do with the amount of chapters there are. Like, just because you have more words doesn't mean your essay's better. Do you know what I mean? Exactly, it is hard to incorporate themes and narratives into the story if there's so many possibilities, and yet Oda has a core that he sticks to with his story, and that's the passing of Will, found family and Nakama, which is crew, and the dreams of all of the Straw Hats. Like, the core of his story is very much Luffy and the Straw Hats, but the core themes that he sticks to is dreams, will, and hope, I believe, is a big one. And because he sticks to those three things, each island we come across doesn't feel a mess. Again, it's just he's a very good writer. It's not messy when I read One Piece, and it's just incredible that he's just linear. Incredibly linear with what he makes. Like, it's one thing to make a really, really big story. It's another thing to make a really big story for over 25 years and still have it be incredibly comprehensible and still have an ongoing plot that you have been telling all this time, and we still don't know half of what's going on in this world. Yeah, new chapter this week. But again, with every arc and island we get to, it's like, I do not feel we're wasting time. I've never felt we're wasting time. We are always learning something new. It's just incredible. I don't know how he does it without being messy. You gotta start reading it. The style is so charming once, like, I understand there's, like, people prefer more of a realistic style, but trust me, the style is incredibly charming and just amazing with his expressions once, like, you start loving the style. But again, I'm biased because I like cartoony styles. I fucking love them. Something about me, I absolutely hate, like, photorealism. I hate it. It drives me nuts. It's one of the reasons I even like Nintendo games so much. Because they're not photorealistic. I haven't played Wind Waker because I can't! I want to! But I don't have the console for it and I don't want to play it on a ROM because I hate playing on ROMs. The controls piss me off. I never had the console to be able to play Wind Waker. Is it gonna be on Switch too? I don't know. Did they say that? Oh god, my back. Bobbing. This is really hurting my back. While you're sitting on me. I'm sorry. Hang on. Well, fuck. Now I gotta get a Switch too. Can you see Bobbing's head? You can. You are shook, Bobbing. Oh, shook the whole camera. Aspect of One Piece's world building that drew me in first? That's a good question. Because it wasn't the world building that drew me in first, it was the characters. Surprise, surprise. But I suppose the part of the world building that drew me in is we don't just see these islands, we see the culture and the livelihood of these islands. Do you know what I mean? Like, every single place we visit in One Piece is incredibly lived in. There's a history to every single place we visit. It's not just, oh, just go to this island next, you know what I mean? Like, every island we go to, we are quite literally given the story of the people who exist on these islands and the story of the history of these islands. Like, it's not just a one and gun done kind of thing. It's, we now will be discovering what this island is historically and what it means to the people who exist on it. And I always thought that that was just, it was, you know, it does a lot more than just introduce an island. It introduces every corner of the island. It's one of the reasons why I like Skypiea so much. Because I wasn't expecting Skypiea to have this kind of cultural story to it. Oda draws inspirations from everywhere. He's a melting pot. Like, literally everywhere. He reads and watches so much. Well, something that stood out to me in Alabasta was when Vivi was showing us, you know, when Vivi was walking around Alabasta, she knew everything about Alabasta. It wasn't just, oh, Alabasta's my home. It was a showing of, yeah, she loves this country so much that she knows every corner of it. And she knew what different villages were famous for, such as the perfume. She knew how to navigate the desert. She knew the animals that inhabited the desert and what they all did. And it's like, it wasn't just that she says she loves this island. We are truly seeing that she loves it.
Howdy do, boys!
Sorry, bobbing is spread out. She's really funny. Hi, Votakun. How are you doing? But yeah, the reason Oda's world building is really good is because nothing feels hollow. He doesn't feel like he's just added a city or added an island just to be a stepping stone. I've never felt that any island has ever been a stepping stone. I've felt the livelihood of each island we've ever visited. Even something like Punk Hazard, right? Punk Hazard is not even inhabited anymore. But we get the history of what the hell happened on Punk Hazard to be this way. Bye, bobbing. And how we were told Punk Hazard used to be a thriving island full of life, but the battle that took place on it has destroyed it, and now we see it's quite literally a wasteland. Bobbing, go sit on the bed. Hang on. Come on. Sit on the bed. Ow. Oh, okay, hang on. Oh, my back! Oh my god, sorry! Things aren't looking too good in my old age. Oh, fuck. Alright. Come here. Oh, whatever, I don't even like her. Ugh. No, Bobbin doesn't sleep on Sanji pillow. The first time I got it, she did, but it's because it was new. So roof topic. Let's start that up again. No, I'm kidding. Exactly. Every island we meet will forever be important. It's not just something that we will see and then forget about, or we'll visit once and then forget about. Like, he adds these islands and then he keeps them incorporated throughout his story. And again, that's incredible writing because it doesn't get messy. That's what 20... Someone said old age says you're 26, and then directly under that, yeah, that's what 26 does to your back. I can see Bobby wants to jump on the bed. Gaimon's island has come back around. Gaimon was included in the Vegapunk speech. Or he was on the cover art. Yeah, and 25 I could do everything. I could do backflips, I could do the splits, cartwheels, I could hit the gritty. 26 I can't move. Waiting to see if Bobbing sits on the bed. Oh my god, hang on, I'm gonna try and do something for her. Bobbing! Come here! Bobbing! Come here! There you go. No, 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 no. Something, something. I know you like it. Come on. Oh my god, never mind. She's gone. She only wants to be in my room if she can sit on my lap, and that's cute in, like, theory, but it's annoying in practice. Yeah, we even saw the milkmaid. Whatever her name was. I know Kev really liked her. We even saw her again. She was part of the Lucia. That shit was crazy. Moda, yeah. Ace with a woman, not a chance. Ace is dead, mate. I don't think Ace can get with anyone. More like Ace with the ground. Hi, I'm Goku. Ace getting bitches in hell. Oh, then he's definitely not with any women. Yeah, Ace showered. I believe it. Because he was also polite as well. It stands to reason he would bathe. Polite equals shower because there's a sense of sense of self, I'll say. Like, how do I explain this? If you're gonna say hi to someone and you're gonna bow and say thank you, you don't want to stink. I have always thought that good hygiene kind of goes hand in hand with being nice. Because I know that, I don't know, is that problematic? I understand it's difficult for some people, but like, how do I explain this? When you go to a anime convention, we did see that Ace would bathe when he was a child though. Right? Look, when you have more of awareness of others, I want to say, when you have more of a awareness of other people, you tend to want to do things that will not bother other people. And a lot of the time that can usually mean smelling good. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, let's say this. Let's say if I'm sniffing my shirt to see if it stinks, to make sure if I can wear it or not, I could still put that shirt on even if it stinks. But then I would be getting on a tram. And I'd be stinking on a tram. It wouldn't bother me, but it would bother others that I stink. Do you know what I mean? But if I smell my shirt and it smells bad, I am willingly picking out another shirt to wear because I think I don't want to make other people have a bad tram ride. You know? Like, there's a bit of an awareness, I think, of making sure you are hygienic. But again, I know that's not the same for everyone, but I'm mostly just thinking about, like, just men. Because I understand people who are not neurotypical, it's like different, and I get that. I'm not trying to be like, oh, if you stink, you're a bad person. Fuck, that's not what I'm saying. Because I get it's different for everyone. I'm saying more so if you have the capability of showering and understanding that you stink, and you understand if I stink, that will cause problems for other people because that's uncomfortable for other people, then usually that kind of goes hand in hand with a kind of social politeness, no? Because I just know some people have issues, like, when it comes to showering. And again, I get that. But that's not what I'm saying. Like, I don't think Ace has an issue with bathing. But I don't think Ace was a stinky child because we saw him, he would bathe. There were multiple scenes of when Ace would bathe. And I remember when it came to him talking to like Makino, he was like trying to be more polite and nicer. I just think he'd be like, wow, I don't want to stink for people like Makino, you know what I mean? I personally do not think Ace would be that stinky. Also, if he was sweating, couldn't he just use his fire powers and just extinguish the sweat? Does he even have... I don't know how Devil Fruit people's BO works, personally. Because I agree, I think Luffy would smell like tires or something. I don't think he'd actually really stink unless he rolled around in like shit for the day. Like, depends on what Luffy rolled in. But let's say sweat only. I don't know if Luffy would stink with sweat only. You know? I don't know if Ace would stink with sweat only because devil fruits, I don't know how devil fruits work. Look, TLDR, I could go outside stinking, but I don't. I don't for the sake of the world. So there you go. Say thank you. Yeah, apparently sweat smell good if you're compatible. That's like scientifically true, which is crazy. I mean, they'd all have body hair. It's just not drawn. What, you think they're all like wax smooth? Zoro stinks. Zoro has no devil fruit. He's just a guy who lifts weights all the time and he doesn't wash his ass. He only washes it once a week. No, he definitely stinks. I still think Luffy stinks. I just think it'd be a different kind of stink. Like, the layer of grime that those two have to have would be insane. Yeah, Sanji and Franky have a lot of body hair, but that doesn't mean the others don't have body hair. Do you know what I mean? Like, they don't not have body hair. It's just not as thick, probably. But Oda just doesn't draw it. But they'd still have body hair. They're people. Like, no one is born with no body hair unless there's probably something wrong with you. Listen, I will never forget there's a tweet I saw where someone was talking about Zoro's unwashed ass and people going, but Sanji cigarettes, Sanji cigarettes. And they said, you cannot tell me that cigarettes smell worse than 1 week of unwashed ass. And I agree with that. I personally, he doesn't smell like cigs and fish. He smells like cigarettes and seafood. Seafood smells good. He does not smell like rotting fish. He smells like seafood. Which is like seafood pasta. Seafood risotto. Have you not smelled that? That smells delicious. Bro's hands would smell like garlic, probably. Anyway. Seafood. What I'm saying is, cigarettes are not that bad of a smell on someone. But unwashed ass? That's fucking awful. I'd rather be in a room with someone who has the smell of cigarettes on them than in a room with someone who hasn't washed in a week. Like, come on. At least I know Sanji washes his ass and hands. Dude, Oda said Sanji smells like seafood, and immediately people went, oh, he smells like rotten fish. What are you talking about? Seafood smells so fucking good. I don't understand. Bitch, you'd smell Sanji and you'd be like, damn, I'm hungry. Like, I'm hungry. I'm smelling flavors here. Yum. Don't piss me off. If you want a controversial opinion, they'd all smell like sea air. Every single straw hat would smell like the sea. The sea and sweat. I'd happily be in a room with Sanji. Jinbei smells of fish. We've talked about this. I swear that's a microaggression. I swear that's a fishman microaggression. Hungry in many ways. Fresh or fried seafood? I guess it depends on what he cooked that day. Brooke would smell like milk. But also, I've talked about this. The smell of like cigarettes lingering on someone's like clothes and like mixed with their scent, it doesn't smell bad, but I know that this is just a me thing. Or this is only a some people thing. You know how some people really like the smell of like gasoline? Like gas? Some people really like the smell of gas. I personally cannot stand the smell of petrol. Petrol and gasoline. I cannot stand it. But that's me with like the smell of cigarette smoke on someone. It smells like nice. Like, I don't mind the smell. But maybe that's because I've always enjoyed the smell of smoke in general. I like fire and smoke. But see, I know it's not copium because I genuinely I genuinely enjoy it. This is before Sanji was everything in my life. Garling can't be blonde. Did Toa do that? He can't be blonde because we saw him talking to the elders back in the day and he had red hair. Oda made Garling blonde? Oh, Garling! Sorry, I was thinking of Shamrock. I don't give a shit if Garling is blonde. My bad. I don't give a shit if Garling is blonde. Good for him. Well, that just means that Shamrock and Shanks' red hair comes from their mama. Whoever their mum is. Quick, who's a woman with red hair? But anyway, look, TLDR. Are you guys seriously gonna debate that 1 week of unwashed ass smells better? Or smells comparable to cigarette smoke? It just doesn't. Like, it just doesn't. Again, at least I know Sanji is clean. I would touch Sanji with my bare hand. I would shake Sanji's hand and feel okay about that. Zoro, I'm not so sure about. I would not shake Luffy's hand. No, it's definitely sticky. Also, Luffy picks his nose all the fucking time. Luffy picks his nose and Zoro scratches his fleas. Both does not smell horrible. Again, I would rather be in a room with someone who smells of cigarette smoke than someone who smells of ass! I would so much rather that. All I'm hearing from some people is Zoro and Sanji together would smell rancid. Not to me, though. Only Zoro would smell rancid. Yeah, he's hugging me, it's true. Now I need to look this up. Reddit r/unpopular opinion. Cigarette smoke smells good. Thank God it's not just me. Thank God it's not just me. But don't smoke, guys. Ignore, like, okay, guy with 3 eyes, let's not talk about they are smoking in your face. I'm saying the smell of it is lingering on someone's clothes. That's the difference. Look, I knew that I always had this, like, unpopular opinion when, like, it was like, oh, Sanji would smell cigarettes. And I was like, so? And the amount of people are like, so? And I was like, it doesn't smell bad. I just don't understand. It smells, like, warm to me. I can't explain it. But at the same time, I think this is a childhood smell effect. My parents never smoked, but I've talked about this. I had a favorite uncle who died of lung cancer, by the way, and he used to smoke. He wouldn't smoke around me, by the way, but he'd always smell of smokes. And I loved him. So I have a feeling this is a childhood smell kind of effect. Uncle Sanji, don't say that. You can't stand the smell of pickles. That's vinegar. Can you smell vinegar? Do you like that smell? I've always said this. If my dad ever found out that I liked the smell of cigarettes, he'd be so sad. Because he raised me to be disgusted by cigarettes. And I don't smoke or anything, but I don't judge either, so long as you're not putting anyone in danger. Like, so long as you're not smoking around kids, you know? And I think he'd be really disappointed if he knew that I like the smell of cigarettes. I think that's the other thing. It was so taboo. So taboo. And now I see it as like a naughty thing. But don't smoke. Don't do it. Oh no, smoking can look like aesthetically pleasing, I agree. I'll never forget there was a post that was like, it's a shame that smoking is so bad for you because I don't think anything can replicate when two people like put their cigarettes together and light and do that to light a cigarette. And I agree. I don't think anything can replicate that. But at the same time, now Sanji physically cannot get lung cancer because now he's a fucking his mutation. Now the lung cancer is being cured this second he's getting it. Bye-bye. I will not be watching the new JoJo anime, but thanks for the heads up. But at the same time, choose your fighter. Guy who smokes 10 packs a day or guy who drinks till his like liver is destroyed. The unhealthy habits of these two is fucking crazy. Chain smoker or alcoholic? Chain smoker who can cook or alcoholic who doesn't shower? I think I know who I'm picking. Yeah, apparently... What does Zoro smell like? He smells like steel and alcohol or something. I do think Zoro will get a beer belly. And I hope that means he's happy. Both of those guys are ever in your town. Smoker that can cook? Really? Get them to cook something for me. Just steel? That is so not true. There's no way he just smells like steel. Chopper is used to bad smells because he's an animal. Just saying. Oh yeah, Shanks definitely stinks. We need to ask someone else on the crew, what does everyone smell like? Chopper, I'm sorry, King, I don't trust your animal nose. Bro thought perfume smelled like bad. I will ask Sanji what Nami and Robin smell like. I bet he'll twirl and say they smell divine. They smell like flowers and sunshine and rainbows. Do you remember the devil fruit bath bombs that Lush made? Because I got some and they smelled so good. Oh, it's winter! I can take baths again. Yay! I hate bathing in summer. I mean, bathing, by that I mean having a bath. I still shower! I love having a shower in summer. But having a bath in summer is too much. The best smelling? It probably was Robin's. It was really, really nice. From what I can remember. Ace's smelled spicy! I don't know what they put in it, but it smelled spicy. I want Vivi back so bad! I want to see her and Nami together again! I'm so happy that Oda has never removed, like, Nami's closeness with Vivi. And how she just becomes dysfunctional when Vivi's, like, in trouble or when she's worried about Vivi. Oh! I want them to be together again. They're definitely going to see the X on the newspaper. That's why it's there. The question is, when are they going to see it? And now I am thinking it will be after Elbaf. And now after Elbaf, their new destination will be finding Vivi. Because I was wondering, what are they going to do after Elbaf? I'm not sure. But Oda can just add things. For example, after Fishman Island, we went to Punk Hazard. I don't think anyone guessed that. But, I do think after Elbaf, it's probably set up that the next thing they will be doing is going off to find Vivi. I don't think Vivi will come to them, because then what's the point of the X on the paper? Because Vivi doesn't know where they are, and they don't know where Vivi is, but Vivi has sent out a global indication of where she could possibly be. So I don't think it makes sense for Vivi to come to them. Otherwise, I don't know why the X on the paper would mean anything, or would even be a thing that happened. No, I don't think Gaban left the last road poneglyph anywhere. Also, I don't think he'd point them to it. Like, I don't think Gaban has the last road poneglyph. I don't think he's the man with the burn scar. I'm now a little bit convinced the man with the burn scar is a Joy Boy. A Joy Boy guy. Like a Joy Boy pirate. And remember when I said that last people went, but Joy Boy pirates are this many years old? We've met 2 fucking Joy Boy pirates already. We've met Emmet and Zunisha. It's literally not crazy to think that there's a Joy Boy pirate out there with the last road poneglyph. We don't know if Gaban's scar is flame, though. Also, Rayleigh had a scar too. I don't think Gaban is the man with the burn scar because he doesn't have a ship. Or at least he's not sailing on a ship. Remember, the man with the burn scar is sailing on a ship. Isn't the ship called something? I forgot what it's called. But yeah, no, Gaban currently doesn't fit the description. For all we know, the road poneglyph is constantly moving. Which would make sense. It's the hardest one to find, probably. Black ship that creates whirlpools? Yeah. So, I don't think it can possibly be Gaban. He's not on a black ship that creates whirlpools. We have a chapter this week. Is it? Oh! No, when we say chapter this week, we mean... Because it's Monday for me and for us. So there's a chapter this week. We're past last week. It's Monday. Chapter this week means chapter at the end of this week. Man, you made me double check. Chapter in 6 days. Chapter this week. Technically, it's 6 days away. I feel like that though, because when I say 2-week break, I'm like, people say break week, and I'm like, okay, so there's a 2-week break. And then people are like, no, it's break week. And I'm like, yes, we're getting a chapter in 2 weeks. So it's a 2-week break. I'm still right about that, by the way. When people say 2-week break, we actually have to wait 3 weeks. You are liars! I'm still right about this. But people say, no, but it's a 2-week break because they factor in that in the 1 week you usually get that chapter, but we're not. So they call it break week because, okay, we're not getting a chapter this week, we're getting it next week. And they say, oh, break week. To me, that's a 2-week break. We're not getting a chapter for 2 weeks. Like, I'm not factoring in a what if, you know what I mean? I'm right. I just have a beautiful mind. What answers to get from the God Valley incident? Why the fuck is Shamrock not a saint? That's what I want to know. Why was Shanks in a treasure chest if he is related to a saint? And it just has to be because he's a slave child in the same way Bonney was. It just has to be that Shanks and Shamrock are slave children. And one of them got kept and the other one got handed out as a reward. Right? That's the most logical conclusion. It has to be that their mum was not a celestial or a world noble or a saint or whatever. But then of course the question is, but why is Shamrock given the how is a baby reward? Because you get a new slave. Celestial dragons. Think about them. They're horrendous. They're horrible. Because who knows, like, whatever lineage Shanks and Shamrock have, but maybe because they're born of Garling, that makes them a high profit slave. Like, as fucked up as that is. Do you know what I mean? Still slaves, though. Garlic. God, this sounds horrendous the way I'm saying this. If anyone entered it, like, this stream and they've never heard of One, or like they don't know I'm talking about One Piece, it's gonna be like, high profit slave. What the fuck is she talking about? Because the whole thing is like, well, Shamrock's not a saint, and so many people have been like, well, what if Oda just forgot? And I highly doubt that, because in the exact same text box that Shamrock is introduced, it says, son of Saint Garling, in the exact same text box, and it's like crazy if he did forget to put saint there for Shamrock. And other people are like, well, it's implied. I totally disagree. If, like, what do you mean implied? It should just say Saint Garling, or Saint Shamrock, right? And then it's like, it adds up, because then it's like, okay, then why the fuck was Shamrock's twin brother in a treasure chest as a reward for a hunting competition? They just can't be of noble blood. They just can't be. Yeah, again, it just has to be that they are born from a slave, so that makes them, by default, they can't be nobles. We've seen how that works. That's what happened with Bonney. I mean, they'd still be inbred because they still have Celestial Dragon blood in them. Again, maybe Garling allowed it. Because Garling is a saint. He is a Celestial Dragon. He has that pull. So I'm sure if Garling said, no, let him come back, that they'd let him. Because, again, he's a saint. Oh, Sword and Shield has such good music. God, I want to play it again. If they were created artificially, would it count to be a slave? Yeah. If they're still being used as a slave, yes. But yeah, I want to know. I want to know why Shamrock is not a saint. And I have a guess why, as you've heard, but I want to know. By the way, I found out in some translations of One Piece, they don't add the saint to some of the Celestial Dragons, which has caused this confusion. Because in English, every single Celestial Dragon ever is a saint. In Japanese, they are also all still saints. Every single one of them, right? They are all always introduced as World Noble Saint. But I found out in some translations they're not. And that's why, like, there's been this confusion with saints and World Nobles. Which is, like, kind of shocking. I don't know why some translations just removed that. But Karam, this is what I'm saying. So Shanks went back to the Holy Land, but it was just Shanks. And it's very possible Garling allowed Shanks in. Because remember, Garling is the top dog. So I'm sure if Garling said, yeah, let him in, then he'd come in. Because who knows, maybe Garling wanted to see what Shanks was up to. No, I don't see the parallels between Doffy and Corazon and Shanks and Shamrock. I agree, I think it's more Elbaf. I think it's more Hydurin and Loki. I think that's why we even have met Shamrock in Elbaf. Guy who's only seen Avatar The Last Airbender. I'm getting Avatar The Last Airbender vibes from this. Oh, also the thing I want to know about God Valley is what actually happened. Because I do not believe any recounts that we have been told. Because apparently Garp is the only one that knows what the fuck happened on God Valley. And he refuses to talk about it. And Sengoku said, oh, it's because he had to side with pirates to protect the Celestial Dragons. And I don't think that's true. That's speculation. And I've learnt when it comes to One Piece, well, that too, but I've learned when it comes to One Piece, right? We cannot be trusting word of mouth. We need to actually see it. Because why in the fucking goddamn world would Roger ever protect the Celestial Dragons? He wouldn't. We've met him. We've seen how he's like. Like, because when Sengoku said that, we hadn't actually seen what Roger was like before. Correct? We hadn't seen the Wano flashback before. Now we've seen it. Now we know how he's actually like. So it doesn't make sense. And a lot of people are like, oh, it's because Rox is just that scary. I disagree. I just think it's straight up untrue. I don't think Roger did protect the Celestial Dragons. Or try to side with the Celestial Dragons. I think there's a lot more that we don't know that we are not being told. And I have a little bit of a sneaking suspicion it's going to be similar to Alabasta. You know how in Alabasta it was Smoker, had to allow Luffy to get away to save the people of the island, right? I don't trust Sengoku at fucking all because he's still a Marine and this is still word of mouth. I'm not trusting anyone that says anything about God Valley. We have to see it. Like, I'm not trusting it. We have to see it. Why would I trust it? Because, hey, you know what Sengoku didn't mention? The amount of slaves they had on God Valley. Didn't at all mention the slave hunting competition. Why should I trust what he's saying? There's absolutely... He glossed over a lot of important information there. We need to see what's going on before I trust anything anyone is saying. What I want to see is an actual flashback that is not from an unreliable narrator, because that's what we have to see. That's what we saw with Ohara, right? We need to see it. I'm not trusting anything anyone says. So, except maybe Gaban, I don't know.
Boys?
But we still need to see it, right? This is what I've learned from One Piece. We have to see it. So, it was a slave and civilian hunting. They basically overtook the island, brought slaves with them, and also used civilians as targets to kill. It was both. They did both of it. So either way, yeah, so Sengoku left that little bit of details out, so why should I trust him? If he didn't even mention that's what was going on. Oh, Garp doesn't want to talk about God Valley because of this. Bitch, what about the way they like, took over the entire island and went on a human hunting rampage? Wow, awesome that he didn't mention that. So I do not trust anything Sengoku says because he probably doesn't actually know. And Garp refuses to say anything. And again, I feel it's similar to how Smoker let Luffy go on Alabasta. And they said to Smoker, we are going to label you the hero of what happened here. And Smoker said, no, that's not true. They literally buried history there because they refused to say pirates saved the day. And I think it would be more so that Roger went against the Celestial Dragons and who knows, maybe tried to save a slave or two. I don't actually know. But that makes more sense because why would this world government want to release to the world, by the way, a pirate went against the Celestial Dragons? Because Garp has his hero title, right? Wouldn't it make sense that Garp got his hero title in the same way that Smoker got his promotion? By covering something up, right? We've seen them do that. So I wouldn't be surprised if something happened on God Valley that was absolutely atrocious. Roger was not there protecting the Celestial Dragons. He actually did something else. And perhaps Garp also did something against the Celestial Dragons. Again, I don't know. But the world government can't just come out and say, oh, by the way, Roger, this one guy went against the Celestial Dragons. We're going to twist it. And instead, we're going to be like, oh, yeah. Nah, he protected them. He sided with them. There's absolutely no way. So, yeah, I just don't trust anything anyone says. We have to actually see what happened on that island. Because misinformation is a huge thing in One Piece. Huge. I don't know. I have no idea, but I'm not trusting anything anyone says until we see a flashback, like we saw with Ohara. Because this is what One Piece is. It's about misinformation. Like, I think people take... The way people take rumors and, like, word of mouth too seriously in One Piece is actually kind of insane. Because we've seen time and time and time again, it's not true when that happens. Hence why when people are like, oh, Loki has to be bad because of the rumors, and we don't actually know. And it's like, why are you believing this immediately? Like, it's driving me insane. So yeah, I'd like to get an actual flashback of God Valley so we can actually see what happened. And I don't have to be like, all we have to say on it is a Marine's word. Bro, I'm not believing that. Why would I ever believe Sengoku about anything? He said Ace was the fucking devil spawn. Like, I'm not believing that shit. Also crazy because Marines are literally propaganda machines. They are. They carry justice on their backs. I'm not believing anything they say. Not a damn thing about history that they say. I'm not believing it. Also, the fact that Garp refuses to talk about it says enough. Something fucking horrendous happened on God Valley, and there's only speculation to go by. Yeah, and what we learned about God Valley had nothing in relation to what Sengoku said. Again, he left out some insane information there. Anyways, yeah, I just want to know. The most we've gotten of God Valley is Kuma's flashback. I don't actually know really what happened to Rocks there. Blackbeard is already so many people's favorite. And once again, that's something that a little bit confuses me because I'm like, I don't know anything about this guy yet. Blackbeard just has aura, I think. It hasn't sucked me in, but it's sucked a lot of other people in. I honestly do think the Marines themselves are going to get demolished as a system. I think it's leading up to that. That they are incredibly outdated and unhelpful overall world-wise. But I don't know. What do you mean? Guinea's the reason Rocks came to God Valley. What? Where was that said? Did I miss something? What? What do you mean she was the reason Rocks came to God Valley? Where has this come from? I don't at all remember ever reading that. Oh, that's what you mean. Oh my god. I thought you meant like Rocks wanted to get to Guinea, and I was like, how the fuck does he know her? Word it better next time. Don't confuse me like that. What Guinea did is the reason Rocks went to God Valley. Ya bum? Language is important. God, that really confused me. I was like, they knew each other? I will not stand for misinformation. Ba, 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 ba. Funny. Gabon Slander's already started. Gabon Slander started the second Luffy said, wow, he's like Sanji. I'm not kidding. Gabon Slander started the second Luffy said that, because then people started going, no, he can't have Conqueror's Haki. He can't have Conqueror's Haki. He got compared to Sanji. I'm not kidding. It already started. Well, here's the thing with Kobe's dream. Kobe's dream is, oh, I want to become an admiral. But we've seen that dreams can shift and change. Right? I feel Kobe's dream is more about helping people than anything. I don't think Kobe is specifically glued to the Marines for that dream. Kobe just wants to do good in the world. I never thought Kobe was only connected to the Marines with that dream. He just thought the Marines is where he could do good. Because a lot of people have said that to me. Well, the Marines can't be demolished because what about Kobe? What about Kobe? Kobe can easily continue on his dream of literally just wanting to help people and do good without being a Marine Admiral. Dreams can shift and change. Can you imagine Dragon leading the Marines? Everyone listen! Take that fucking justice label off your backs! I'm sick of it! Dragon hates the Marines. I love him. He's my goat. Ah! He's my goat! I will stand by Dragon for my whole life. I love him. I love him. I'm like, I don't get why people like Blackbeard. We don't know much about him. Meanwhile, Dragon's the goat. Dragon's the goat. I love Dragon. When I found out he was an ex-Marine, I loved that line. When he was like, I used to be a Marine. I saw no justice that they spoke of. That's my man. That's my man. I know that's right. Dragon just fucks. I love him. I want to believe Dragon and Akainu had like, they were boy best friends. And I want to believe that's why Akainu was so fucking angry and bitter all the time. He lost his boy best friend. Right, they're around the same age, so it stands to reason they probably joined the Marines at the same time. And I truly think there was probably a situationship going on there. Oh, Jesus! Sorry. How do I think Luffy and Dragon's direction's going to go? I think Luffy's gonna go, okay, scratches his, like, picks his nose. Alright, that's my dad, I guess. And I think Dragon's gonna be like, oh my fucking god, I love my son. Dragon clearly really loves Luffy. That is the most obvious thing in the world. People who don't understand that are actually, they are blind. They can't read. Dragon clearly loves Luffy so fucking much. So I think when the first time they meet, it's gonna be Luffy being like, alright, I guess, like, unbothered. Like, okay, whatever, that's my dad. And I think in Dragon's head, he's gonna be like, oh my god, I love my son, I love my son, I love my son. You know what I mean? I think he's gonna be freaking out in his head like, oh my god, my boy, my beautiful baby boy. You know? He just loves Luffy. It's so obvious he loves Luffy. Samurai Black, shut up. Shut up. You are- you were nearly there and then you were wrong at the end. Dude. Editing the future episode. What? Yasop loves his son! Why are people trying to push this weird Yasop agenda? The only reason Luffy knew who Usopp was is because Yasop couldn't stop talking about how much he loves his son. I've had it! Stop it with this Yasop slander! He doesn't hate his son, he fucking loves Usopp. I've had it. The misconceptions around Yasop are probably one of the worst things I've ever seen in One Piece. I'm serious. The misconceptions are actually insane around Yasop. The idea that he hates his son is insane, when the introduction of Yasop is, wow, he fucking loves his son. He loves the sea and he loves pirating, but he loves his son. I don't understand. Usopp loves his dad and Yasop loves his son. It's easy to push my buttons because the people genuinely believe this. This is not people pushing my buttons. This is people genuinely thinking this is the case. And it's wrong. You are wrong. You're wrong. The whole point of Usopp is he loves his dad. And the whole point of Yasop is he loves his son. I'm sick of this because it's a beautiful relationship. And people want to push this weird anti-Yasop agenda. It is so weird. It's just weird. Like, goddamn, God forbid a kid love his son. Like, this is not someone trolling. I know when it's trolling. These are genuine opinions people have, and it's stupid. Enough. I've had it. At this point, I have to actually start. I mean to make a Yasop video at this point. No, Yasop doesn't hate his son, and no, Usopp doesn't hate his dad. You have made that up because you have your own daddy issues. Enough. Enough. Oh my god. They treat Yasop like he's judge. It's just crazy. I've had it. I've had it. Yes, he can be a shitty father. Don't get me wrong. What he did wasn't the best decision, but Yasop doesn't hate his son, and Usopp doesn't hate his dad. Like, it is never ever indicated that Usopp has ever hated Yasop. It's the opposite. Usopp feels so much admiration and respect and love for Yasop. Like, yes, you can say that, wow, Yasop was kind of a shit dad, but you cannot say Usopp hates him. That is projecting. Usopp loves his dad. Everything in the story is Usopp loves his dad. There's absolutely nothing that indicates Usopp hates his dad. Nothing, literally nothing that Usopp hates his dad. It's insane. That's the other thing. So many people think Yasop just left his sick wife. His wife was healthy and happy when he left. Not only that, his wife had also pushed him to chase his dream. Everyone is like, what about his wife? Yeah, what about his wife? You're not actually considering her. She was okay with Yasop going out to sea. She had no problems with Yasop going out to sea. But then she got sick while he was out at sea. That is not his fault. People act like he put the virus. She was sick. She was sick when he left. Bitch, no, she wasn't. She was fine. I don't know what Yasop knows about his wife. I'd assume he would know his wife is dead because Shanks has intel gathering. I'd be shocked if he didn't know. You better be sorry. You see what I mean? Yes, Usopp was with his dad when he was little. He even says to Luffy, I have a little boy about your age back in Syrup Village. He has met his dad. Either way, this misconception about Yasop, it actually drives me up the fucking wall. There are misconceptions in One Piece that make me feel insane. One, that Dragon doesn't care about Luffy. I hate that misconception. That one kills me. Second, that Zoro's the first mate. That one also kills me. Third, that Yasop doesn't like Usopp or that Usopp doesn't like his dad. That is the most insane misconception that I cannot stand. And it's especially annoying because Usopp's whole character, literally part of his dream is around loving his dad. Like, the reason Usopp even has his dream is because of how much he admired and loved his dad. And people want to be like, Usopp doesn't like his dad. That's part of Usopp's whole being, that he loves his dad. And you're just gonna make it like he doesn't? It's just crazy. It's quite literally people just pushing... Why is Sanji standing on Zoro? Oh my god, he's sitting on him. Hang on, I gotta screenshot this. there? Hang on, I'm sending that to someone. Zoro jumped down through the taskbar. What the hell? Anyway, the reason I'm a Yasop defender is not because I think Yasop is a good dad. It's just because people are being wrong. They're just wrong. Like I will not defend that Yasop is a good dad. I don't think he's a good dad. But he's not a fucking monster. He's not judge levels of horrible. And then this goes on to people saying, oh, Usopp doesn't like his dad. And then that's what pisses me off. You are just incorrect when you say that. It's not me trying to defend Yasop. It's me saying you are ignoring a core part of Usopp when you think that. Which is that he loves his dad. Like, it's so annoying. It just drives me nuts. And then people don't understand Usopp because of that. And I'll kill them. Anyway. It is not a vocal minority when people say Usopp shouldn't love his dad or doesn't love his dad or Yasop like abandoned his wife. That is not a vocal minority. A majority of people think that. This stream is proof enough. That is 100% not vocal minority. There are way too many people out there that push this like Yasop is a bum dad agenda or that Usopp hates his dad agenda. That is I'm the vocal minority saying that Usopp actually loves his dad. I could make a tweet right now saying, guys, Usopp loves his dad, and I'd get fucking bum rushed. Like, it's definitely not the vocal minority saying this. It's way too many people that think this. Get behind us! Anyway, Usopp loves his dad. Controversial opinion. And it also feels like Usopp loves his dad, and it feels like a lot of people get really angry about that. Like, well, he shouldn't. Like, they're mad that Usopp loves his dad. It's really weird, and it's like, why are you so angry that this kid loves his dad because you have a perception that his dad didn't do right by him? It's about Usopp's feelings, not your feelings. Usopp's feelings are he loves his dad. Those are his feelings. So why are you trying to say that he shouldn't feel that way? Like, it's fine if Usopp loves his dad. Usopp is so proud of his dad and people think he shouldn't be. And it's like, that's your opinion. But this is Usopp and his dad. This isn't your dad, my guy. Oh yeah, the live action made it so much worse. The live action made Usopp have a weird thing with his dad. Like, oh, I'm mad that he left. And I was like, oh, of course that fucking happened. Yeah, it made the perception a million times worse. This is such a popular opinion that they added it in the fucking live action. Like, that's how bad this is. When the whole of Usopp's story in the original manga is, wow, I love my dad. I can't wait to be a pirate just like my dad. I'm so proud of my dad who's going after his dreams out on the ocean. The ocean that is one of the most terrifying things to ever exist in One Piece. And Yasop is braving it. And Usopp's like, I'm so proud of my dad. Bitch, if my dad were part of an Emperor pirate crew, up with the big leads, yeah, I'd be proud of him. Are you kidding me? Like, that's cool. I'd tell everyone, bro, my dad is on Shanks's crew. He's a Shanks pirate, bitch. It's just crazy. The craziest part is we also see a bunch of people in One Piece, the Straw Hats. They literally leave their family to chase their dreams on the ocean, such as Nami. That is what Nami did from her home island, right? She left Nojiko and she left the whole village behind to chase her dreams, but it's not leaving them behind. It's because she's going off to chase their dreams and they support her. We see time and time again people leaving their home, people leaving their family to chase their dreams because it's encouraged. And yet, when Yasop does it, suddenly he's the worst dad in the world. And it's like, I don't understand this double standard. And it's especially hammered in that Usopp is so proud of his dad. And yet, people are like, oh, nah, Usopp shouldn't be proud of his dad. You are projecting. You are projecting. Right? No one bitches about Robin's mum. And they're like, oh, but Robin's mum was doing good work. Yes, she was. But why is Robin's mum's dream any more significant than Yasop's dream? I don't get it. Like, he's not out there just abandoning his family just because. He has a dream that he's chasing. Usopp, get behind me. Olvi is dead. Damn. I just think it's sad because literally Usopp's story is him wanting to be a pirate just like his dad. Him looking out at the ocean. Piracy, by the way, being pirates, connecting him. The reason he at all admired pirates is because of his dad. And the only reason Luffy knew who Usopp was because of Usopp's dad. And how Usopp's dad would talk about him to Luffy. And then people want to twist that into like, oh, fucked up. And it's like, oh my god, it's supposed to be something beautiful. Stop it. Fucked up that Ace just left Luffy behind. And left Luffy alone for 2 years. That is so fucked up. What a horrible big brother, am I right, guys? Oh, was it 3 years? Oh my god, even worse. Dude, also the same people who are like Yasop's a bum are the same people who will dick ride Garp into the sunset. Yeah! Yeah! I've seen the types of people that talk bad about Yasop. And they dick ride Garp like crazy. And there it is! And there it is! And there it is! I called Garp a bum grandpa and people defended him. And I was like, oh my god, why are you defending Garp? That is actually crazy. I said, Luffy, I'll never forget this. In my One Piece video, the first One Piece video I ever made, I said, Luffy has 2 grandpas, a bum one and a cool one. And I said, Garp was the bum grandpa and Rayleigh was the cool grandpa. And I got so many comments like, why are you calling Garp a bad bum grandpa? I was shocked. I was like, how is this an opinion that made people upset? Because I wasn't much in the fandom. I thought this was just common sense. That Rayleigh's the coolest one here. And Garp's a bum. But people got really angry. I had no idea people were that up on Garp's dick. I had no idea. I thought Rayleigh was the obvious choice here out of cool grandpas. I didn't realize there were like Marine Admiral dick suckers to that extent. I truly had no idea. And I was like, what the fuck? Rayleigh's clearly the best choice here. Garp, when I get you! Garp, when I get you! When I get you, Garp. It's because Garp has a job, that's why. People don't see piracy as a job. So they look down on it. Garp fucking barely raised Luffy. That was Dadan. That was all Dadan. This is something that pisses me off about Garp. Garp gets the recognition where Dadan deserves it. Dadan is Luffy's mum. Point blank, Dadan loves Luffy more than fucking anyone. Like, Dadan fucking loves Luffy. She loved Luffy and Ace and Sabo as if they were her own children, and they were at that point. And Dadan gets no recognition. It's all going to Garp. Literally, he is taking a woman's work. He is taking a woman's hard work. And it pisses me off. Dadan loved those boys. And for some reason, she is barely ever mentioned. One of my favorite cover arts ever is when Dadan is thinking about Ace, Luffy, and Sabo. It's so cute. Sabo. This one. This is so cute. Those are her boys! Like, Dadan to these three is what Zeph was to Sanji, you know? It's so cute. She loves them. Look, she's got a little tear. It's so cute. Oh, so cute. When Dadan beat the shit out of Garp and said, "You did fucking nothing for Ace. You disappointment, you coward. You bastard." That's it. That's it. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Good. Dadan is the hero that we do not deserve, but fuck did we need her. We do not deserve Dadan, but we need her. Because, oh my god. That was so cathartic when she was punching Garp. And saying, "You're an absolute bastard for what you did to Ace." Yeah. And when Makino was like, "Oh, think of what Garp's going through." And Dadan said, "Wrong. Think of what Luffy's going through." And that shut Makino up. Oh. Facts. Straight facts. Dadan was not giving Garp an inch. An inch. She said, "I don't give a shit what Garp's going through. Think about what Luffy's going through." And Makino went, "Oh. Actually, she's right." Like, damn. Damn. Dadan is the hero that we do not deserve, but fuck, we need her. We need her. God, that scene was so, that was one of my favorite scenes ever. Oh, this is so cute. There's an art of Dadan seeing that Sabo's alive, isn't there? Like, it was like a cover art, and she's like crying because Sabo's alive. Oh, so cute. I love you, Dadan. I love you. By the way, I once on Twitter said I think Dadan and Makino would make like a good lesbian couple. Like, I just think they should be together. Do you know how many people got mad at me? Like, because a lot of people have decided actually Makino is Shanks' girl. And because they've decided that, God forbid you put Makino with anyone else. And I was like, damn. Damn. Like, sorry. I just think they'd be two good moms together. God forbid I just have a little fun, you know? God forbid I have a little fun. I do need to see Sabo and Dadan meeting again. Bro, Shanks is yearning for the clown. Dadan definitely helps raise Makino's kid. Look, I'm still suspicious on whether or not that is Makino's kid. I'm still so sus about that. I did not see her pregnant. There is not a man in her life currently. I would not be shocked if that is another just baby that has been found. Like, Oda has done this how many fucking times? I would not be surprised if that's just another baby that was found. Like, she's also never called it her kid as well. So I'm like, I'm really suspicious on whether that is actually Makuno's, like, blood child. I'm not falling for it again. I'm not falling for it again. Oda's done it too many times. Lost and found babies. Look, the funniest thing to me is, look, there's the theory that the baby is Shanks and Makuno's. But that one always cracks me up, because Shanks literally said, yeah, we're not coming back here. We're not coming back to this village anymore. And he meant it. And it's like, so he said that, and then he goes back to just bang Makuno, and then he leaves again. And it's like, I can't see that happening, you know what I mean? Like, he just goes back to Windmill Village just to slam it. Just to slam it and ram it, and then he leaves? Why would he do that? Like... Dragon had another kid. News crew IVF? What if Makuno went out to sea? Damn. Shanks cannot be that good. There's no way. Shanks cannot be that good to go out to sea just to get him. There's absolutely no way. Wait, I just remembered a post. Yes! I remembered because my oomph made it. This is so funny. I think about this so much. I remember when this was dropped because I was at a convention with my friends. And the amount of people that said, Mel, did you see this? The amount of people that came up to me and said, Mel, did you see this? It can't be that good. Yeah. God, I love that oomph. They are so funny. The artist is, never know how to say the name. Hang on. Hyundai, I think? Wait, I spelt it wrong. Who Yandere? Okay. H-U Yandere. Their art is fucking- Oh, they just made a Bonney Kuma art! Okay, hang on, I'm retweeting that. Yeah, he's got amazing art. I love his art. He does JoJo art too, for those who like JoJo. Because I know some of you are obsessed. He said to me, every time he makes a Sanji, he thinks of me, and I think that's beautiful. I hope a lot of you feel the same way. That when you see or think of Sanji or do anything regarding Sanji, you think of me. I hope I'm your Sanji person. Sanji's strongest soldier. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. It can't be that good. La 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 la. Now it's getting a bit hot. Gotta turn the heater off. I'll be back. Ugh. I'm turning the heater off. I'm back. Oops. Hi, Bob. can't sit on my lap. I'm sorry, Bobby. Makes my back hurt. She's hitting me with her tail because she's upset. Can you see this? Mad because you can't sit on me, huh? Umi, I don't think that's Yasop being a shit father. I think that's Usopp wanting to be cool and he doesn't think he's good enough to see Usopp yet. Because they're similar. Because Usopp thinks he needs to reach this big goal to be able to see his dad. And it seems that his dad is similar to Usopp in the fact that he's also a coward. Like, I never saw that as Yasop being a shit dad. I saw that as a Yasop wanting to be better before meeting Usopp. Like, I think Yasop would think that Usopp doesn't think he's cool enough, you know what I mean? And he wants to be. Usopp, did I say Usopp? Anyway, I didn't see that as Yasop being a shit dad. I saw it as Yasop going, no, I'm not ready to see Usopp yet. I gotta be better, you know? Bobbing, 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 bobbing. You are so cute, bobbing. You are a baby bobbing. Baby bopping, bobbing, bobbing, bobbing. Babop. We should play some Mario Party after I finish editing my audio today. Oh, Sanji art drawing, thank God. No, I honestly do think that that's the joke, that Yasop and Usopp are actually the same when it comes to their anxieties. Bobbing what? Are you not comfy there? Oh, I know, I'm so cruel to you. Oh yeah, Kuma's an insane dad. Do 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 do. It's true though, the best One Piece dad is definitely Kuma. I was trying to think of others. Because I like Zeph, I really like Zeph. He's a good dad, he was just a bit violent. Kairos, is that how you say his name? Kiros? He was really, really good. I don't consider Corazon a dad, because he's like, do you know what I mean? He's never ever called dad by law. Corazon was a mentor more than anything, but I didn't consider Law and Corazon's relationship anything that was like stereotypically familial. Otoko's dad, that was pretty good. Yeah, he was a really good dad. Beige! Oh my god, Beige is a really good dad. Decent family, great family man. Oh! Speaking of Odin, Odin up and left his kids. And Odin's called the goat. You can't see her, but you're sitting so nicely. You are sitting so nicely. You are so cute. Sitting so nice, Bobbing. Sitting so nice. You are sitting so nice, Bobbing. You are so cute, Bobbing. You can see her winkies. Odin left them long enough for Wano to be sent to ruins. So, interesting. That's something. Odin's
Howdy
leaving
do, boys.
had more consequences than Yasop's leaving. It doesn't matter the time, but there were more consequences, were there not? I'm not even saying Odin's a bad dad, by the way. I'm just saying there is a double standard here. Whitebeard the goat, that's true. Roger the goat to Shanks and Buggy. But he died before Ace was born, so that wasn't his fault. Bobbing melting into my hands. You are so cute, Bobbing. I wish you could see her. She's really cute right now. So cute, Bobbing. So cute. You can see her little ear. Roger naming his kid after his sword is really funny. Let's be real, Zoro would do that. If Zoro ever had a kid, which I don't think will happen, that kid's being named Wado. Like... Kitetsu 4. Gekko Maria was a really good dad for Perona, actually. That's true. I'm sorry, I don't know my PC specs. God, I wish I did. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't know these things. Oh my god, I'm sorry. PC specs, it's pretty good. Bobbing, what are you doing? You can't sit on me. I'm sorry, Bobbing. Come here. Come here. Okay, good. She's settled. Look, I mean, I'm of the opinion I don't think any of the Straw Hats are going to be having children. Like, I just personally can't see it happening. Especially not someone like Sanji, who hates his own genetics. I'm a One Piece girl. I do One Piece things. So we're talking about One Piece. No, exactly. I can see Nami having, like, orphans while she lives with her beautiful wife, Vivi. I think whatever Sanji's situation is, because I can see them taking on proteges, right? So I can see Sanji's situation being like how Zeph raised Sanji. He just comes across a kid that needs help and accidentally adopts them. Oh, sorry. Hair in my mouth. You gotta let Zoro and Hiyori go, man. Bro, Zoro was not interested. Let's be for real. Come on. He didn't even give her the time of day, man. Hiyori, you have to let him go. Because I agree, Hiyori did like him. But Zoro did not care about her. Like, bro, he took her dad's sword and then never spoke to her again. He didn't even thank her. Honestly, for Hiyori's sake, I hope they never end up together. Because he's kind of a dick to her. Dude, she was happy to find out that her brother was alive. And she was going, oh, yippee, yippee. And Zoro thought, holy fuck, can they shut up? How am I meant to sleep? He's kind of an asshole to her. I sure hope Zoro would. But look, I think Zoro's gonna be the same. I think he's gonna have a protege. I don't think he's having his own children. Let alone a wife! Oh! Oh! Can you imagine? He's an arsehole but a caring one, but not to Hiyori. The way he treated Hiyori is not the same way he treats, like, the crew. You know what I mean? He kind of was just an arsehole to her. Again, he didn't even say thank you to her. I don't know, thinking about Zoro with a woman just feels so wrong. I can't imagine it. I really can't. I just don't think he has chemistry like that with any single woman he's met. At all. He just doesn't seem to like them. And we know when a character in One Piece likes women because they tend to voice it, right? I don't know what's going to happen with Vivi and Alabasta. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't have the monarchy system anymore. Sorry. Zoro has chemistry with Sword. He loves Sword. Look, I love when I mention Zoro and women and people bring up Tashigi. And I love that because I can go, Tashigi looks identical to his cousin. That, like... No, you do not want that to happen, guys. You don't want your goat to be a cousin fucker, okay? I genuinely feel like Oda did that because people kept going, like, Zoro Tashigi, Zoro Kuina. Because a lot of people would be like, oh, Zoro liked Kuina. And I have a sneaking suspicion that that Oda got sick of that. And he was like, fuck it, Kuina's Zoro's cousin, shut the fuck up. Like, it's so funny. Like, he didn't have to make Kuina his cousin, and he did. Her most defining trait is she looks like Zoro's dead cousin. Oh, that is so funny. Sweet Home Alabama. Woman bathing. Oh, she is too. Look at that. Isn't she beautiful? She's like a little princess to me. Pop in. She's looking at her fupa. Hello. Guys, check this out. Are you ready for this? I squeezed her beans. She lets me squeeze her beans. Such a proper little lady having a bath. I know Bobbing loves me because, and this might sound weird, when she's sleeping on me or next to me or anything, I'll squeeze her paws so her claws pop out, right? And then I use her claws to, like, dig under my nails and get shit out of there. Has anyone else ever in the history of the world done that? She'll be so dead asleep that she just doesn't move. So I squeeze her little paws and I just go, she's like my nail cleaner. And she doesn't give a shit. No? That's not ill. Her claws are clean. If I have shit under my nails and I'm like, okay, and I just get her claws and and she doesn't give a shit. She does not care. Oh, let me send that to you. La 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 la. She is helping me clean. Also, it feels nice. Her little needle claws. Because I was doing that just last night when she was sleeping next to me, and I remember thinking, is this like a weird thing to do? I don't know anyone else who does this. Kid on the Moon, I can't see your Patreon. What's your Patreon name? Do, do, do. Vanished. Dragon's never met an LGBT person before. Sorry, that's just funny. I don't know why. Dragon meeting Ivan for the first time. A queer. Like they're a secret special thing. No, I've talked about this. I don't think Luffy's mum is important. Kid on the moon. There you are. Oh, Kid on the Moon, I messaged you 2 weeks ago. I'll send you the, I'll send it to you again. Check your Patreon DMs. That's where I send it. No problem, no problem. Oh yeah, the whole conversation of why didn't Dragon do anything is gonna start up again, isn't it? Even though he literally explains why he can't do it. It's a matter of reading comprehension. I like Dragon the second he saw Luffy's poster and said, a pirate, huh? Not bad. And like that made him laugh. Also the second he saved Luffy in Loketown. And was like, go! Go and find your dream, whatever the fuck. Yeah, repeated Roger's speech. I also like Dragon when, who was it? Iva or Koala or someone said to Dragon, like, do you want to hear what Luffy was doing at Dressrosa? And Dragon was like, Sabo, like, told me everything already. And he was, like, embarrassed. Because now everyone knows that Luffy is Dragon's son, thanks to Marineford. So Sabo obviously yapped Dragon's ear off about Luffy, and now everyone wants to say to Dragon, hey, do you want to know what Luffy's doing? And he's clearly, like, a bit shy about it. All I know is I know when the news circulated that Luffy punched a celestial dragon, I know Dragon was like, that's my boy! That's my boy! Right, people make fun of Dragon looking east, and the reason Dragon looks east is because it's clear that he's longing to see his family again. He loves his family and he misses his family, and he looks east because he knows that's where they are. I mean, Oda even said that in an SBS, for God's sake. Now, who is the person that said it's a vocal minority of people that say Yasop doesn't care about Usopp? It's happening again! Gods! Gods! It's happening again! Seize them! Seize them! Get them out of here! Make them leave me alone! Pull the lever! Now that's bait. I know that's bait. Again, I'm pretty sure that Yasop would know his wife is dead, because again, Shanks has crazy intel. You don't think Shanks's intel would somehow try to keep tabs on Usopp's island? Like, here's the intel we have today, Shanks. Yasop, your wife died. What?! What?! Now here's the other thing. Why does Yasop get blamed for this and not Shanks? Shanks was the captain. What if Yasop was like, Shanks, can we please just go by Syrup Village again? Just so I can save my wife? No. No. I'm the captain. We are staying in Windmill Village because of the stupid little boy that makes me laugh. The stupid ass kid that makes me laugh. We are not going to Windmill Village. Shanks, please! No! I'm the captain. I decide where we go. If I can't see my clown, you can't see your wife! It still cracks me up that people separate Yasop and Shanks with the Bartolomeo incident. Like, that. Oh, I can't believe Yasop did that. Hello? That was a Shanks approved shooting. Why is the blame? Yasop, what the fuck? Why is the blame pinned on Yasop? It's crazy. Shanks would never. Oh my god, Shanks would never. I've got 1 pack of gum left here. Shanks approved shooting. But it's not even Shanks' evil, they're just pirates. They're pirates and Bartolomeo burnt Shanks' flag down. And again, we know how important a flag is to a pirate crew. To anyone. And people think it's like unprovoked, and it's like, bitch! I like Bartolomeo, but he had it coming. Like, he's not innocent in all this. We also know Shanks doesn't fight unprovoked. That's like a whole thing. That's literally what he taught Luffy. He wouldn't shoot Bartolomeo down unprovoked. He had a damn good reason for it. When's that getting animated, by the way? What chapter was that? Wait, no, it wasn't already animated. I can't wait to see it again. Yes! I love when cats sleep like that. Bull. Really like that. Orb. Blueberry loaf. He's testing Bartolomeo's loyalty to see if Luffy is actually making proper friends out there. Or has a proper crew out there. But he can't let Bartolomeo go, because Bartolomeo burnt down his flag. Not only is that a pirate's sin, but Shanks is an emperor. If he lets Bartolomeo go on easy terms, then suddenly Shanks becomes a target. Because it's like, oh, so you can just do that to his flag. You can just do that to his crew. And you get away with it. He wanted to make sure Luffy had a proper fleet behind him. But he couldn't allow Bartolomeo to get off scot-free. Especially with who knows how many flags he has hung up on who knows how many islands. If he lets Bartolomeo go, suddenly every flag on any island becomes a target. It's simple as that. Because here's the funniest thing. If Bartolomeo said, Luffy, Shanks shot my ship down, Luffy knows that Shanks doesn't work unprovoked. So Luffy would go, well, what did you do? Luffy would go, Bartolomeo would go, well, we might have burnt his flag. And then Luffy would go, oh, well, why the fuck did you do that? Luffy knows more than anyone how important a pirate flag is. That was the whole point of Drum Island. Yeah, so you started it. Like, I don't think Bartolomeo is dead, by the way. But a message had to be sent. Otherwise, suddenly every redhead pirate flag is an easy target. But also, Shanks cares about Luffy. So he's just making sure Bartolomeo is not a fucking bum. Right? What if he has 1,000 Luffy? Yeah, letting him go and then shooting him down.
Boys?
I will say that was really funny. But maybe Shanks didn't want a fight, you know what I mean? Maybe he was like, it just has to happen. Alright, Yasop, get him. Just kidding. Shanks turned around and went, Yasop! Can you believe Yasop did that? Oh my god. With Shanks having no knowledge that Yasop would do that? Ugh. It's also funny that Bartolomeo was like, damn! He just let us go, haha. Bartolomeo, behind you! Girl, behind you! God, that whole thing is kind of comical in a way. I don't blame Shanks for testing Bartolomeo, actually, because he's showing up with a ship that literally looks like Luffy, but imagine how many people would try and hide behind Luffy or use Luffy's image for bad deeds. We literally saw that at the beginning of the time skip when someone was pretending to be Luffy just to get the benefits, right, of being Luffy. So I don't blame Shanks for thinking, is this guy just using Luffy? Or trying to use Luffy or Luffy's image to try and get some pirate benefits? Like, because if Bartolomeo is burning flags to the ground in Luffy's name, that makes Luffy look fucking insane. So maybe it was just Shanks going, damn, I need to make sure this bum isn't just making Luffy look bad. Pirate with benefits. La 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 la. It always makes me laugh that Bartolomeo thought Luffy was like crazy, insane, evil pirate.
Howdy do, boys.
Howdy do. Voted #1 most annoying pirate who should just go away. That's still one of Oda's best bits. Alright, I gotta be back. I'm getting a drink. Keep an eye on Blueberry for me while I get my drink. See ya.
Whack his pee-pee. Whack his pee-pee.
Returned. Ah. Do, do, do. I killed her. Oh, goodness. She got the Doffy jump scare treatment. Very good. The lore behind the body pillow is my friend made that and then gave it to me for free. And also the lore behind that body pillow is I helped them design it. The original designs, I said, mate, that won't do. That's not good enough. You need to make him more pathetic. That's what Sanji fans want. We want him to look more pathetic. And they went, okay. Okay, and they were sending me their drafts, and I was like, no, change that. Change that. That pose that he's doing, that was my idea. That's the law. Apparently, every time they sold a body pillow at a con, they'd tell the person, you know MelonTeee? She helped me design this. And they'd always, and apparently they always said, yeah, that makes sense. That's so funny. Yeah, that makes sense. Also, fun fact, they made a Law body pillow and a Sanji body pillow. Apparently the Law body pillow sells better online, but the Sanji body pillow sells better in conventions, which is interesting. I wonder what the difference is there. No money trail. They can't know that I purchased a Sanji body pillow. I guess it can either be seen as proud and freakiness, or we can't have a money trail on the freakiness. Sanji body pillow is easy to play off purchasing as a bit. Speak for yourself! This shit's serious to me. Wow. don't go to social gatherings. I'm sending that to them. Oops. That's funny. One side has law normally, and the other side has fem law with the big honkers. Now, I need you to understand, with or without the cover, I'd have that body pillow. They are really good to sleep with. Like, at this point, I couldn't give a shit who's on the body pillow. I just think it is funny that it's Sanji. But, I need something to hug when I sleep. And it, like, those, like, the long pillows are actually really good to, like, hug. Like, it's actually, like, it serves a purpose. And that's easy sleeping. Not in any filthy, dirty way, you filthy, dirty perverts. I just need to hug something. Or I can't sleep. Oh, thank you, Poggers Penguin. I hope this one is just as enjoyed. Right, yeah, a long pillow without an anime sheet on it is great. It's a shame that body pillows have been, like, pervertized, I guess is the word. Because they're actually really good to sleep with. Any character I'd refuse to have on a very comfortable body pillow, Garp. Because I'd wake up and I'd just be pissed off. I'd wake up angry and I wouldn't want that. I hate weighted blankets. I feel... they, like, make me panic. Like, anything heavy on top of me, it makes me anxious. I can't deal with it. A punching bag. He better bring the feminization disease back. If I had a fruit, that would be my fruit. The force fem disease. Oh, I'm really glad the queer video does so well. I'm also glad that it's informed a lot of people of One Piece's treatment of queer characters, because tons of people had no idea that there even were queer characters in One Piece. Because I didn't know when I first started. I keep saying I want to replay Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, and then I keep not doing it. Ugh!
Howdy do, boys!
Fuck it, if I finish this audio today, which I will, I'm streaming Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. I have to play it again. Because I've had the itch. I've had the itch. I want to play it so bad. I have not seen that. Yeah, I now know, well, I didn't see, but I was told, and I was like, blonde. I was mistaken Garling with Shamrock. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. That means people are now going to be on the lookout for a red-haired woman, by the way. Because now we know that the red hair comes from the other side of the family. Danny! Going to the store, who wants what? Get me hot pickle. I mean, I don't think it's a random celestial lady. I think it's a slave. We've talked, I mean, I've talked about this. I'm pretty convinced that Shanks and Shamrock's mother was a slave. Favorite irrelevant side character? Irrelevant? I have no idea. No, like spicy pickle. Irrelevant sounds so rude, though. is not irrelevant. See, this is my problem. I can't think of someone who's irrelevant. Is Gambia on Bartolomeo's crew? Then he's definitely not irrelevant. I don't know, the fellow with the monkey on Shanks's crew, I enjoy him a lot. Wait, hang on. Is the guy with the monkey who I'm thinking of? Shanks' monkey crew. Oh, never mind. No. I like the monkey itself, but not the guy. His doctor, I think? He's got blonde hair. What's his name? Is it Hongo? Hongo. I like Hongo. He just kind of chills, I suppose. I like his style. He hasn't fucking done anything, by the way. I just enjoy him. God, Shanks's crew's a couple of sluts, I'd say. Why do they all dress like that? He's the info guy? That's probably why he sticks to me, because he's the one that has insane intel. Favorite irrelevant side character? Apparently Dragon! Who the hell is Monster? Oh, the monkey! That's his name? Wait, I love him. I like that he has a little ponytail. Monster the monkey. Send the monkey! Have you guys seen that the Croods is becoming relevant, by the way? I don't exactly know why, but I'm enjoying the things I see. Rhymes with grog. Always has been. Like, I want to watch it again. La la la. La la la. Bye-bye. The only other Straw Hat that can possibly get a second backstory that would make sense is Brook. I'd say there's a good chance of Brook's life before piracy being explored. Oh, I love the announcer from Long Ring Longland. He looks like a Dr. Zeus character. Years? Franky was not on a ship for 10 years. He was very young when they threw him out. Franky was like baby when they threw him out. I don't think that's relevant to Franky personally. I just know he was like, I mean, I guess, but I personally don't think that's important to Franky. Nice try, bitch. Nice try. Bye, Crash. I'm just gonna show how Luffy was born without kneecaps, which is normal in comparison to Ace, who was born with kneecaps. You know what? Franky's dad being the man marked by flames would actually be fucking crazy. You know what? I don't think there needs to be more Franky backstory, but that would be fun. That would be fun. I don't think that's the case, but that would be fun. Why? I don't know why. Oh, thank you for the sub. That'd just be funny. Oh, he was around the last road poneglyph all along and he got kicked off the fucking ship. It can't be Gabon because he doesn't have a whirlpool making ship that he's on. Gabon doesn't fit the description. He's currently landlocked. Oh, thank you, Vochakun. Above his bum. Hang on, how do you know that? Tramp stamp Gramps. Okay, yeah. That sounds like a Bob's Burgers joke. Hi! Thank you for enjoying my stuff. Thank you for plugging me to your friends. Oh, seductive romantic demon knight slash... What the fuck is that move name? He has a move name that's like really romantic. It's like demon under the moon. Sweet night on a giddy. Like, Zoro, what is this move name? Why are you feeling all romantic today? Eh. I don't think Elbaf is the last stop before Laugh Tale. I think it's an assumption people have made. I do not believe Elbaf is the last stop. I think the reason people think it's the last stop because people are like, I don't know where we're gonna go from here. But I have to remind people, when we went from like Fishman Island to Punk Hazard, no one fucking guessed we were gonna go to Punk Hazard. When we went from we also did not know we were gonna go to Dressrosa, did we? Until Punk Hazard. And then from Dressrosa, we didn't know we were gonna go to Whole Cake Island until Big Mum, you know, came a lot more into the scene. So it's like, a lot of people have assumed Elbaf is the last stop, and I don't think it is. I think that's just what's assumed. Skypiea was also unexpected, exactly. I think the reason people think Elbaf is the last stop is because Elbaf has been talked about since the beginning, obviously. But I have to remind people, so was Fishman Island. Fishman Island was literally the beginning of the time skip. That was the point. Fishman Island was brought up first, and now Fishman Island begins the second saga of One Piece. Elbaf didn't start the second saga of One Piece, our third saga of One Piece. But Elbaf was connected to Egghead, right? I see Elbaf as the beginning of the end. I don't see it as the end. I just think people are stumped because Elbaf has been something we've been wanting to see for so long. But I do not think it's at all the last island. Well, the reason I don't think at all it's the last island is because Vivi is now in the mix. Vivi is now has a lot of importance, and now I am thinking after Elbaf they will be going to search for Vivi. I think that's the setup. I think we have quite a few islands between Elbaf and Laughtail. Exactly, Elbaf is the little garden of the final arc, I agree. Are we doing something important? I hope so. Oda has popped up tons of unexpected islands. Hence why I'm like, I'm not sure why people think Elbaf is it. Oda has shown many random islands before. Or islands we didn't expect or know we were going to go to before. One Piece will go on for another 10 years at least. Yes. Yes. I do not think One Piece is going to end in like 3 years. I've always said One Piece has another 10 years left minimum. Minimum. Oda can't control himself. We know this. Oda will write as much as he wants to write. I don't think he's going to rush anything. Oh, that's the other thing. A lot of people also think Oda wants to just, like, wrap it up. Or they think Oda has to wrap it up. And he's not going to do that. Never has he ever done that. He's not going to speed through it just because people think he's going to die soon or something. Which is, like, by the way, really morbid. And I understand why people think this. But we have to be a bit more optimistic, guys. I don't think Oda's just going to wrap it up just cause. I think this man is definitely going to be writing One Piece for another 10 years. I don't know why he wouldn't. He clearly loves this series. So the Elbaf thing, combined with people thinking Oda has to wrap this up, I think is why people like Elbaf is the last island before Laughtail, and I just don't agree. No, I'd say 10. I'd say easy 10. Egghead lasted like 2 years. We have just started Elbaf. When did Elbaf start? We have just started Elbaf, and I honestly don't even think we're halfway through Elbaf. At all. 10 years minimum. Dude, Wano lasted, what was it, 4 years or something ridiculous like that? He has had arcs last years. And we seriously think 10 years is not minimum here. Come on. 10 years minimum is a decent thing to think. That's a decent estimation to make. Five more years. Like, I truly think this man's going to be writing One Piece for the rest of his life. And I don't think he is mad about that. He loves this series. Like, you can tell, if he didn't like writing this series, this story would be shit. September 2024, Elbaf started. Wow. And Loki has just been unchained. Like, there's no way. Elbaf is gonna last a good long while. I also hope his health holds up, but we can't use his health as a way to be like, oh, he's gonna rush the ending. He's not gonna rush the ending. I get nothing from One Piece that gives the idea that he wants to rush this. He will tell the story for as long as he wants to tell the story. Oh, thank you for liking. I just got this Hello Kitty hoodie today. It's a whole jumpsuit, actually. Can you see her? Oh, there she is. So comfy. Whiskey Peak was not hurried. Whiskey Peak was a quick stop, I'll give you that, but then what happened after Whiskey Peak? We went from Little Garden to Drum Island. We then had 2 stops in between the big bad, and they were very significant. I would not say Whiskey Peak was hurried, I'd say it was a stop, but hurried is a stretch. What's WP? Oh, Whiskey Peak. That was the lowest point in One Piece for you? Wow, what a controversial thing to say. Wow. You would get hounded by certain types of fans for that. Luffy versus Zoro was not forced and unnatural. I'm still making my Alabasta script. I cannot wait to talk about that. Because that's another misconception. Luffy versus Zoro was this and that. The editor's choice. It was not forced and unnatural. It actually lined up with the themes of what we are learning of Luffy at the beginning. But you'll have to wait for that Alabasta script to be done. Mm-hmm. Who's your friend's favorite Straw Hat? It is possible the Revolutionary Army could show up in Elbaf actually, with Kuma and Bonney being there, and Lilith as well. Because Dragon also had a connection with the Giants in the Vegapunk flashback. Luffy or Nami, good picks. My lips are so dry. Luffy versus Zoro is not a callback at all. It's it holds character relevance and character writing meaning. But I don't want to get into it here because I talk about that in the script. And it's going to be ages until that's done. But I promise there is an actual written reason for that. You hope Oda doesn't overwork himself to death. This is why when he has break weeks, that should be a yay! People say this, and then when Oda has break weeks, people get really upset, and it's like, break weeks are a good thing, guys. Let him have break weeks. I always say, break weeks should be encouraged. Actually, that reminds me, there was a tweet that a content creator said, and I forgot who said it. Was it Grand Line Reviews? I don't remember, but he made it. They made a tweet. It was basically like, because Oda had to oversee stuff for the live action, he wasn't able to make some chapters. And the tweet basically said, unpopular opinion, but I think if this project takes away chapters of the manga itself, that probably shouldn't be happening. And I don't like the way he worded it, but I somewhat agree with that. Oda can do what he wants, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, when it comes to that live action, that's a contracted thing and we have to remember that. So it's like, if that contracted obligation he has to have to oversee this whole set, and that makes it so he can't write chapters, or he isn't able to work on the manga, then I agree that's kind of I kind of don't prefer that. Like, At the same time, Oda can do what he wants, but then after he went on, because it was a working, because so many people were saying it was a holiday, it was a holiday. It wasn't a holiday, he was going over there for work. It was a work trip. I don't know what people understand about this, but it's not a holiday if you have to go over there to work. It wasn't. See, someone just said that. It was a vacation. Mate, it's not a vacation. He was going over there to work. People who say it's a vacation are saying that respectfully, that's copium. It wasn't a vacation. And when he got back, he was sick. Because he had to go over there. He had to work. He came back. He didn't have a break, by the way. And then he got sick. And then he pumped out 4 chapters in a row after that. Because I bet he was feeling guilty. Because he was supposed to release the chapter. And he wasn't able to because he got sick. And I think that really affected him. Otherwise, why would he pump out 4 chapters in a row after that? So when you say that it was a vacation, that's a speculation. It was a business trip. I don't know how you feel on a business trip. They are not... You do not rest on those. Combined with the travel time and the fact you actually have to work, it is not a vacation. I don't know where this whole it was a vacation thing came from. Just because he's not sitting at his desk, I suppose? But yeah. So it's like, I don't like the way that tweet was worded, don't get me wrong, because it made it as a thing like, we have to chain Oda to his desk. We have to make him work. It was more so, I agree that I feel like there have to be priorities here. And I simply don't like something like the live action, which I personally think is kind of arse, and they don't listen to Oda anyways. We know they don't. I don't like the fact that he's going and putting his efforts into something that I feel is not appreciative of his efforts. That's personally how I feel. Because, respectfully guys, the live action slop, I'm sorry, I hate it. And they didn't listen to him. Like, they didn't listen to his changes or his own story. And it's like, I don't like the fact that he's going to work on something that I simply do not think is actually appreciating his own work and efforts. And then that's taking up his own story. Time to work on his own story. That's what I feel. But Oda can do what he wants. But also, I fucking hate Netflix and you guys know this. I truly hope there's no season 3. I'm sorry. I honestly think after season 2 it's going to be scrapped. Or after season 3 it's going to be scrapped. Because it's done its job. And I just hate it. I'm sorry. I hate it. I hated it. I hated how many people were jumping on it as well. But whatever. If I talk about that now, I'm never going to get my work done. I will always be anti-live action. I'm sorry. But again, every single time I talk about this, people say the exact same thing. And the exact same thing is, oh, but it got a bunch of new people to look at One Piece. Again, that's great. That is not something I can really credit for it as a work of art, can I? I can't credit it to be well written if it just got a bunch of new people to look at One Piece. That is the only thing it did. The only thing it did is it made people realize there's a better thing out there. Better thing out there. That means that the live action itself is arse. That it has to be used as a stepping stone into, look, there's a better version of this out there. I'm glad it got a bunch of new people to look at One Piece, but that's the only thing it did. I can't credit it for anything else. Like, do you see what I mean? Everyone says the same thing. It did only one thing, and I like, okay, great. But whatever, like, I'm glad it did that, but it sucks as a property. Like, it sucks as a property, it sucks as a written thing. I'm sorry. I hated it. I just hated it. I hated it because it felt like so many cores of One Piece were removed from it. Like, you look at Usopp's story in that live action, it wasn't even his story. Good enough for people to be interested in checking it out. And here's what I say, but I still think it was arse. Compared to the actual story of One Piece, it's arse. If no one has seen One Piece, yes, it can get there. Oh, okay, I guess I'm curious, but here's the thing. Lots of people watched One Piece or read One Piece and went, wow, this is totally different than what I watched in the live action. That means it's arse! Like, I was shocked that One Piece fans enjoyed it. I'll be honest, I was shocked. Because I was like, this is not the same. These are not the same characters. This is not the same story. I didn't understand how so many people liked it who were One Piece fans. And I genuinely just feel it's because Oda's name is on it. We have to like it. You know? Oda's name was on it, so we have to like it. That's what it felt like. And it's like, guys, you're allowed to not like it. You're allowed to think that they fucked this up. Because I will say they fucked it up. They fucked it up, and they fucked up the whole dynamic of the crew in general. Yeah, also the bar for anime adaptations is in hell. It's in hell. But also, if they're working on season 3 already, it's because season 2 and season 3 are the same. But they're currently working on season 2. Either way, they're probably going to stop at Alabasta and then not make any more of it. It's done its job. And at this point, I'll be honest, it's overstaying its welcome. Like, we don't need it anymore. Do you know what I mean? Also, again, I just don't like Netflix. As always, I think people need to understand all the stuff that you see of this thing, it's in a controlled environment. When you see people talking about it, or the actors talking about it, or everyone talking about this and they're like in interviews, that is an incredibly controlled environment. Because that's part of the marketing. And it makes me feel crazy that I even have to explain that. Also, I don't care if anyone who worked on it is a fan personally, I just want them to get the heart of it. You know what I mean? I don't care if the person playing Luffy is a Luffy fan. I just want them to understand the character. Like, I don't care. I don't know why they had to keep pushing. Everyone's a fan. Everyone's a fan. You don't have to push this. Like, you're allowed to just be like, yeah, I've never seen One Piece, or I've never really watched One Piece, but I'm taking this character up. It's just odd. Whatever. Also, it made Zoro the first mate, and I was like, this is... It felt like a fan fiction to me. And that's what really pissed me off, because I was like, this is not the One Piece I know. And Garp's in it. Guys, everything the live action did, I think, was to piss me off specifically. I'm serious. Honestly, the worst part was when people were trying to be like, oh, you didn't like it? And I was like, how can you think I liked it? That was the worst part for me. People were shocked that I didn't like it. And I was like, what do you mean you're surprised I didn't like it? Did you even see what they did to Sanji? Why would I like that? I felt insane. You're not alone. It's just whenever anyone tried to say they didn't like it, they got fucking ganged up on. It was crazy. I'm sorry. I'm never gonna like it. You can never make me like it. It's just sad that the only thing people can commend it for is, oh, it got people into this better thing. It just doesn't stand alone. It doesn't work alone. I can't say it did anything better than the original. I can't, because I don't think it did. Because anything they tried to change then undermined or went against the point of what the original was doing. When people say, oh, Buggy was better, or Buggy was done well, I disagree. I think they totally missed the point of Buggy. I think the actor was good, but I think the writing was bad. Again, well, the thing that pisses me off is if you want Oda's story, if you want Oda's vision, read the manga. When people are like, oh, but Oda approved, you know what's Oda approved and made? His own fucking story. His own story. Like, why are people looking at something that isn't the manga and going, oh, but Oda approved that? He's fucking writing the manga. What are you talking about? Like, you want to know what Oda prefers? He wrote it. It's just strange. Like, I always ask people, you seriously think Oda looked at what they did to the Baratier and think he liked that? He's just a nice guy who's also on a contract. He can't exactly... He's not going to start a fucking brigade like, wow, I hated that. Like, he's not gonna come out and say he hated it, but you seriously think he's gonna look at the Baratier and go, wow, that was great. Thanks for that. Like, I just don't think so. Oda's true vision. Just insane. There was also actually the guy who played Zoro, and while I wasn't a fan of his casting per se, but the guy who played Zoro had an interview and he said, what did he say? He said like, yeah, I read the script and it didn't feel like Zoro, but I just acted the best I could. He basically said, I read the script and I didn't feel this was Zoro, but I just acted it anyway. Like, I'm sorry, guys. Like, it's not... It wasn't it. It just wasn't it. Like, the fact that he says no one yells the name of their attacks, that's immediately a... What the fuck? You know what I mean? Pirate hunter. Oda's true vision. Realism. Realism. Gritty realism. Edgy. As we know, Oda loves those things. Anyway. How did we even start talking about this? This is why I never made a video on the live action. I don't want to be angry. I don't want to be angry. But my live action video would be, here's why this didn't work. And you have been gaslit into thinking it did. Because Oda's name was labeled on it. Was like stamped on it. So everyone went, okay. People complaining about breaks. Oh, it was about the tweet. Anyway, yeah. I don't want Oda chained to a desk because he's still a human being. But I do agree, if a project like that is taking up so much of his time and then he comes back sick and then he pushes himself to release more chapters, that I don't think that's a priority. I do think the manga should always be the first priority when it comes to what he wants to create. But again, it's up to him. Also, shout out to the letter that Oda wrote recently about the live action, and he said, by the way, when they told me that they'd only release it when I'm happy with it. Hi Thrash. Because people were saying, oh no, they were only going to release it if Oda's happy with it. Like, they said that. Oda then made a letter that said, by the way, when they told me that, it wasn't a contract. That wasn't in the contract. That was just word of mouth. No, I'm not blaming the sick part on the live action. I'm saying that because he had to go work on it, he then had to come back home and he got sick. He got sick on that trip. And I'm saying that if he didn't go and do that, he wouldn't have gotten sick. And then he wouldn't have missed that chapter. And then he wouldn't have pumped out 4 chapters in a row, because I honestly think he was feeling guilty about missing a chapter. I'm not saying the live action did that to him. I'm saying that prioritizing that then caused a butterfly effect. Because the trip, that's what made him sick. He came back sick. Exactly. And it was just a, oh man, like, it was a really, really unfortunate thing to happen. Netflix coughed in his mouth. But he can do what he wants, whatever. But when I read the letters that he talks about with the live action, a lot of them sound really passive-aggressive. Especially the most recent one. It sounded so passive-aggressive. When he was like, I keep telling them to change things, and they keep going, huh? What? And he said, I thought we all became friends. What's going on? Like... And then he said, by the way, they didn't actually, like, write it down that if I'm not happy with something, they won't release it. They just said that to me. That's a little bit passive-aggressive. Like, why would he say that? Why would he say that unless he were unhappy with something? Because it's not all sunshine and rainbows, and he's making that really obvious. But who knows? I don't know the man. For all I know, he's having the most fun ever on that set. But it's clear to me that they didn't listen to him, and that they don't listen to him. Otherwise, the writing would be a lot better, I can say that much. We don't fight at the Bertiosa! I'm waiting for the live action to not be made anymore and then to slowly fade so that I can bring it back with a video and say, okay, now let's talk about it. So people will be more open to criticisms on it. Currently, they're not as open to criticisms. Just saying this right now, I could get sniped for this. It's different, but I know that your critiques come from a place of love, right? He basically said, I know that when people are critiquing this, it's because they love One Piece. Why would he say that unless he knows that they fucked up? Like, why would he say that unless he's doing that himself? Anyway, I hope he's happy. I'm just glad that he's because I feel with the manga now, I can feel that he's excited. You can really feel it. He's excited to finally be writing Elbaf. And that's just magical. We will always have the manga, and the manga will always be the mothership, and that's what I have to remind myself of. Summers is such a good villain. I'm really enjoying him. Oh god. Oh my god. Fernando, thank you. No, I've seen that too. I've seen it happen too. That if you wait long enough, if it stands the test of time, then that means it can hold itself up, right? But even now, there are people looking back at the live action and going, actually, that wasn't as good as I originally thought it was. A lot of people were like swept up in the hype. They were really swept up in the hype, and it gave them rose-tinted glasses. And now they look back at it, and a lot of them are going, this was not as good as when I first watched it. I think I gotta close and open this. And saying that, that can happen to me as well. I gotta reread Elbaf when it's done so I can see if it's actually as good as I feel it is right now, which I'm sure it is. Dude, I didn't give the first half a pass. You know why? Because Luffy sat down and made a plan. He sat down and said, alright, let's plan how to get into the Marine base. And then he stumbled across Zoro on accident. On accident. I hate Taz. I'm sorry. No, dude, Taz is no. Guys, if you don't know, he's a bit... Like, how do I explain this? Not only... Okay, I think some people don't know. Not only... He has a Patreon, which is surprising. He recommended Elon Musk's book on his Patreon, which was really bizarre. Because... Okay, Elon Musk. But he follows a bunch of right-wing red-pilled men. On Instagram. Tons of them. He follows a bunch of Andrew Tate groupies. I'm not trying to make a smear campaign. It was simply something I noticed. And I was like, oh. Okay, that's cool. And this is why I'll never trust a British man. Like, here's the thing. I hate celebrity worship. I hate it. This is why I always say with Oda, I don't put all my eggs in one basket. I don't know the man. Oda's done some shit that I do not agree with, alright? But I hate celebrity worship. I was in the trenches at one point when it came to celebrity worship. I was a K-pop fan. I've learnt my lesson. I don't know these people. I don't know these people. And I have to remind myself of that. A lot of people are projecting the Straw Hat characters onto these actors. And so they're like, oh my god, they must be a good person. You don't know him. Okay? You don't know him. You don't know these actors. You should simply see them as that. That's something that was really peeving me as well. Tons of people had a weird parasocial relationship with the live action actors. And it was really bugging me. And I was like, these guys aren't the Straw Hats. Like, these are real life people you've never met before in your lives. Please think about this. I just hate celebrity worship so much. I cannot stand it. I say as you guys probably have a parasocial relationship with me. But yeah, no, Sanji's actor is a little, I'm a little sus of him. Especially when it comes to following Andrew Tate groupies. Oh my god. Anyway, just be careful out there. Just be careful out there. Like I said, I'm not trying to start a smear campaign. I'm just trying to make people aware. Be careful of who you stan. Zeph's actor though, that's Zeph. I don't know how the fuck they found that guy. Like, that was impressive. Yeah, Goldstein was talking about this a lot. My artist for my channel. Well, here's the thing. I like Sanji because he's not real. I am such an advocate for liking fictional characters because they are not real. Bye-bye. I guess that's why I'm also I was so peeved about it. I'd go into the Sanji tag in like Twitter and I wouldn't see Sanji, I'd see a real life man. Do you know how much that pissed me off? Do you know how much that pissed me off? I am not going into the Sanji tag to see a real life man. For fuck's sake, I want to see Sanji, not some guy. Leave me alone! Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Please, I see real life men every day. I just want to see Sanji. I'm gonna be put on interview like shit list after this. Like if I ever had a chance of like interviewing anything regarding One Piece stuff, nah. She says too much. She says too much. You are not safe from the pink-haired lady. And the one thing that always pissed me off, you want to know how I know these interviews are all controlled, Netflix aside, that's the industry aside? No one asked in any interview ever, why doesn't Sanji have his curly eyebrow? That is basic. That is a basic 101. Any One Piece fan who would be in an interview talking about Sanji, the first thing you'd ask is, so why didn't she add his curly eyebrow? Not a single interview asked that. Not a single one. And that's how I know. That question was banned. You couldn't ask it. You know why? Because they probably don't have a decent answer for it. The answer is, we just didn't want to. I can tell you right now, they just didn't want to. And I feel angry. Because when I was pointing out Sanji's eyebrow, and I was like, why doesn't he have his eyebrow? The amount of people that were trying to make it feel like it just was irrelevant. That's irrelevant. That's an irrelevant thing to think. That's an irrelevant thing to want. What a stupid thing to ask. This is how much people were brown-nosing. That me saying, where is Sanji's eyebrows, was pissing people off. Can you imagine? Sanji's eyebrows are literally a defining character trait. They're not only part of his character, they are quite literally part of what he's going through right now. His eyebrows are literally important to the plot. And when I was like, hey, where are Sanji's eyebrows? People were like, oh, doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. And I was like, why are we dick sucking this hard? Oh my god. Like, why can I not be upset that they couldn't include the most basic part of Sanji's character? The literal most basic surface level part of his character. His eyebrow. That's insane. His whole mutation currently is on the eyebrow. Half of his fucking nicknames are around his eyebrow. Curly, Swirly, question mark. Curly Cook. Majority of his fucking nicknames that come from this guy, by the way, are about his fucking eyebrows. They took a whole ass part of Sanji away from him. Like, Zoro can keep his green hair, but Sanji can't have his fucking eyebrow? Make it make sense, man. I just feel like they didn't want to make Sanji. That's what I feel from him. Like, when I watched it, I just felt like they didn't want Sanji. They just didn't want to make Sanji. They made a totally different guy that doesn't resemble Sanji in the slightest. We don't fight at the Baratiers. Who is this man? Do you know this man? I don't. We don't fight at the Baratier, sir. Hi, I'm Sanji! Oh, God. Yeah. Now this is the Sanji I know and love. You brat! Stop fighting! Oh man, does he say that? I forgot. I forgot if he did. I was too hell-bent on we don't fight at the Baratier, sir. Oh, he doesn't? Okay. You scared me. But I mean, he does start fights. That was kind of the point. He's a fight starter. He likes to fight. He even said when Duval was trying to get him, he was like, all I did at the Barretier was like fight people. He's a brat. I love him. A video about smiling friends. They made a smiling friends joke in The Simpsons, by the way. And they called it screaming friends. And I'm thinking, oh boy. The creator of Smiling Friends, Zach, is gonna get a fucking kick out of that. I'm now a bit convinced there's going to be a Smiling Friends episode called Screaming Friends, and it's gonna be that. Shut up. Hi, I'm Sanji. I haven't caught up with Smiling Friends. I've been meaning to. Oh, oh, oh. Sea roaches. There's a crustacean that's literally called like a bug. And they're delicious. Or like we call them bugs. Why can't I find a photo of this? Why can't I find bug? It just keeps giving me big prawn. Hang on, Australia sea bug maybe? I can't find it, but there is like a crustacean we eat and we call it like a bug. And I don't know why I can't find it. You know what else grinds my gears? You know what grinds my gears? When I talk like this about something like the live action, right? And I have people going, oh, it wasn't that bad. Or I have people going, oh, it wasn't as like, it wasn't horrible. Or I'm overreacting. First of all, my job is One Piece video essays. I have to be thorough about these characters. I have to know everything about these characters to make the essays that I do. I am seeing into the corners of these characters, and when I see that those corners are not reached, I will get mad. Second of all, God forbid a girl be passionate. God forbid a woman be passionate about something, you know? God forbid I have passion for something I love. And people tell me to calm down. No, I will not. In fact, I'll get angrier. I'll get angrier. Don't tell me to calm down. This is my life. This is my love. Oh man, stop it. Stop it. You're gonna crack me up. It's just, I can explain every single, like, instance of why this pissed me off and why these characters have not been, in my opinion, treated properly and why they are not the same characters. And then people will be like, oh, you're overreacting. Oh! Or they'll be like, but it's meant to be different. Bitch, if it were meant to be different, it wouldn't be called One Piece. They wouldn't have the same names. If it were meant to be different, why the fuck isn't his name Sam instead of Sanji? Then I could give it a pass. They called this man Sanji. He works at the Bartier. His dad is Zeph. And it's meant to be different. I am going to break into your house and kill you. I'm serious. I'm sick of this. Don't pretend. Excuses. Excuses. It's not different enough that it's supposed to be different. Only where it's different, where it's bad, is when people are like, it's meant to be different. Then it wouldn't be called One Piece! Then his name wouldn't be Zoro, it'd be fucking Zack, wouldn't it? I've had it with you. Enough. It'd be Natasha, Liam, Zack. I cannot think of an English name that starts with U. That's not... That's a boy's name. I don't know. Otavio? That's an O. Sam. I pray they don't get to Skypiea because I am horrified of what they do to Wiper. Horrified. Don't touch Wiper. They already did horrible things to Sanji. Don't touch Wiper, please. I'm already scared of what they're gonna do to Smoker. I bet Smoker's gonna go, I love the system. I love the Marines. It's that no one's gonna be scared of Smoker. Like they were at the beginning. They're all gonna go, oh, yippee, Smoker. Sam and Zack. Hi, I'm Crocodile. There are good pirates and bad pirates. La la. Also, Luffy rejected food like 3 different times, by the way. How is that not enough to make people rampage? I don't understand! I don't understand! Who the fuck is Whipper? Is this another whoop slap situation? A wiper! Tricked me. Who the fuck is Whipper? You got me. I love Wiper. Oh my god, I love Wiper. Wiper's one of my girlfriends, by the way. I'm so close to— I just chucked on my own spit. I'm so close to being done and then I can play Pokemon. Man, was Sanji's eyebrow an extra that they had to cut? It was just too much money. That single swirled eyebrow would have cost them $1 million, you see. $1 million. We are running out of markers. The live action has the opposite of the Sanji tax. What's the opposite of, like, tax? The Sanji debt? I don't know. Sanji gets way too much in the manga that he can't get anything in the live action. They said, you are big and greedy. You're big and greedy, we're taking your arc and we're making it Zoro's arc. Sanji loan. The Sanji loan. Sanji recession. The Sanji recession, wow. The Great Sanji Depression. I want to imagine they looked at the original Baratier, looked at Luffy and Sanji literally being alone together, looked at Luffy being obsessed with Sanji and desperate to have Sanji on the crew, and going, no, I don't like that. Let's get rid of all of that. Sanji not important here. In fact, remove all of that, put that on Zoro. Thanks, guys. La 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 la. Garp, more like crap. Am I right? Whoa! Grab! Yo! Okay, I'm done. I'm done with the audio. Yippee! Bobbing is still sleeping so softly behind me. Alright. I'm gonna be back in maybe 20 and a bit more minutes to play Pokemon. So I'm gonna be here for the rest of the day. Good for you guys. None of you have anything to do, huh? Yeah. I'm the one that's your entertainment today. Alright. Let me get in my box. I'm playing either Brilliant Diamond or Shining Pearl. I haven't picked yet, but we'll find out. Alright. Farewell, everyone. I'll see you in like 20 something minutes. Bye bye for now. Bye 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 bye.